Hello. Hi, hi. How are you doing? Welcome. Welcome. Still flat. Hello. Hi, Magpie. Also, hi, Ako. And hi, Wildflower. Hope you are doing good. Welcome. Hi. So, Yip and funny? I mean, we love Yip. Yip and good. Yip and very good. You know, I was about to say that I'm blur. I think it's safe to say that I'm blur every day, so it's fine. Also, it feels kind of weird, right? Because I never stream on a Tuesday, but now I'm doing it. It was kind of nice, to be honest, right? I just like, you know, why not do an extra stream? And also because that I didn't stream on Sunday, and luckily enough that I'm not working on today and also tomorrow since boss is out traveling. So I was like, why not I stream for an extra day, and then tomorrow I can sort of like, tomorrow I can spend time and clean up my room because it's quite a mess. Quite a mess. So I think that's what we're gonna do tomorrow. But today, I'm glad to be here for an extra day. Hell fucking yeah. Hell yeah. I love it, right? So I'm gonna play more Valheim. I was thinking of maybe playing Atlas or something else, but I honestly cannot take my brain off of Valheim. I just kind of want to get over swamp as soon as possible. Right? Maybe. So I think today our goal is to try to tackle Bonemass, which is the boss in swamp, I'm pretty sure. That's what we're gonna do today. We already made multiple portals yesterday, going from deep south to deeper south. I'm pretty sure there's going to be a lot more portals involved, right? Maybe I should even... I already have a second base, quote-unquote second base, more like 1.5, right? Since they're still essentially at the same place, they're still in the metal, just big expansion, that's pretty much it, with stone structures and stuff, right? I have shit ton of stone to work with. I don't know if I should make a base around swamp or if I make a base around Black Forest. I'm honestly not too sure about that, but maybe I should. But I feel like making a base over there is asking for trouble, since there are risks of getting raided. And while also there are a shit ton of grey dwarfs in Black Forest and trolls and bears, right? So that is bad enough. And then in Swamp, you're Abomination and Wraith at night. And then if I were to make a base over there, I don't know if I can survive or not, to be honest. So I don't know if I want to make base at other places other than just the meadow. Maybe in the future I could change that, but for now I just feel like I'll just make a base in meadows and abuse the portals a little bit since I'm playing alone, and you know, I'm trying to get past the swamp and stuff, so that's the idea, at least, right? That's the idea. Maybe that could work. I don't know, right? I'm gonna give it a try. So hell yeah, we're gonna play more Valheim today. Also sorry for being a little bit late today. Me and my mom went to a lunch place, which we never went to because the place that we go to is always like closed on Tuesday. So we went there, and I mean, I guess the food is alright, but it's super duper slow. So I don't know how I feel about that. Just maybe it's a little bit of a, you know, the young people would say mid. Mid. Hi Swift. Surprise tuck and belly rubs. Wait. Oh my god, wait. I'm a walk, wait. I'm a walk. Wait. That's the surprise Kobo noises. Oh my god. Also, I'll be listening to Crypt of the Necrodancer music today because why not? Oh, sorry. There we go. I want to open up. I don't think. Okay, here's the. Alright, we good. Boom. Fish is good, fish is working, nice mod is there, fireball is here. Okay, so should be good. Everything should be A-okay. Everything should be nice. Also, hope you're doing good, Swift. Being a little bit blurred, but also energetic. I don't know how that works, but it's just kind of how I feel today. See, I don't know how the two correlates with each other, but I do feel that, right? Blur and energetic for some reason. I don't know how that works, but it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. I wanna play more Valheim. Honestly, I'm just looking at all the medicines that's on my table, and I'm thinking like, how do I clean this up tomorrow? Oh no, there's so many meds on my table. It's crazy, actually. Oh yeah, before I start, actually, I want to change some settings on. Why did it start with King of the Conga first? Is it not like... Oh, it starts with boss and then stage? Oh, I mean, that works, that works. So I'm currently doing a little bit of... Give me a second. This, right? I want to make it slightly bigger, actually. Because I cannot help but feel like maybe I'm cheating a little bit too much. I'll put 0.5. I'll put 0.5. I think collider height, we're just gonna do 0.8. Right. Collider radius will keep it the same, actually, or maybe 0.335, I don't know. Right. So they can sit on the edge and do not clip in chairs. So offset XYZ, right? Usually it's like Y plus. We put Y1. Actually, you put Z2. Push to the front, I think. I think 1-1. So same goes for like these. We're sitting on ship. Ship is also 1-1. Also holding the map. This one actually needs like -1 on this. Standing on the ship front. I don't know what it is. Use this to offset yourself when you're sitting on the ground. If your small character stuck in air while sleeping. Oh, sleeping offset. Okay, so -1 on this. Equipment transformation. An offset of back item position of the right hand. It's really hard to change it like this. This is reminder from October. Oh, is it like it's like almost gone? Question mark. It's also new weekly reset, so I don't know if it's still around. Oh shit! Fuck ass! Oh no! Whoa! Don't know how long it'll be there. But I already opened the file. Okay, wait. If I want to open out Rise and get the thing. No, not Rise, Wild. Oh, my friend played for a little bit. Wow. Do I open it now? No, I want to play Valheim though. I'll take it tonight. I'll take it tonight. I'll take it after Steam. I'll take it after stream. Oh wait, did I just close the save file without saving? Oh, I did save, okay. Dang. But I also need to like reopen the game. I want to make the music slightly louder. Also, hi Narek Stacken. I can double check the collection availability in a bit and get back to you. Oh, that would be really nice. That would be heckin' nice. See, I'm bigger now, slightly. Slightly, ever so slightly. We have the Kobo Adventure. Oh, that looks about right. Okay, what are our plans today? I mean, we planted a share fog. No, what did that? Why would you want to do that? What the fuck? Why would you want to do that? That's my fucking turnip. Oh, absolute dickbag. Well, apparently there's some turnip that's already done. I don't know how, but I was just planting them last night and they're already done, question mark? Does the time still continues when I have the game closed, question mark? I don't think so, right? There goes my turnip here, god damn it. That's new, I don't think I ever heard that before. Alright, time to plant more turnip. I miss listening to Crypt the Necrodancer music, it's good. I should listen more to in-game music other than just like AI gen music because it's shit. Also with the current generation relying so much on AI, it's such a shame, honestly. Like, do they not have creativity anymore? Like, they're just relying on Gen AI so much. It's kind of crazy. I'm also looking at a lot of like parody videos where, you know, people relying on ChatGPT, relying on ChatGPT to do social interactions. And it's like, oh, they asked me this, the ChatGPT, what should I do? What should my answer be? It's like this, that. And then when ChatGPT like, oh, you have reached your daily limit, and then you have to pay to use it. It's like, we don't know how to talk anymore. AI, man. Can I say that? Can I say that AI ruined the internet space? I feel like I can say that, right? Because I sure feels that way. Grok, is this true? you get it too, right? Exactly. Like, holy shit. Grok, is this true? It's so sad, really. Like, where's the human basic critical thinking? Right? Is there no more critical thinking? Is there only Grok thinking or ChatGPT thinking now? Such a shame, really. Like, I'm saying this because I was browsing Twitter this morning for a little bit, and then half the thing, like half the comments, is essentially that reply section, right? Half the comment section is essentially just asking Grok if it is true, or like just blue check mark saying the most bot shit ever. It's like, yeah, Twitter is essentially that. I'm just there to like sim dragons. It's pretty much it. Like, sometimes I wish that most artists would just get off Twitter and use Blue Sky instead. But there's so many great artists that's still using Twitter, and it's like, use Blue Sky. I don't want to interact with Twitter, it sucks. But it is what it is. It's okay. Black soup 50. If I do that, I have to replace deer stew, right? Okay, I'm making turnip stew to replace carrot soup. Yeah, because this is for stamina. I need two health, 2 stamina. Or is it 2 stamina, 1 health? I actually feel like stamina is way more important. Because without... Yeah, without stamina, I'm already dead. Carrot soup and turnip stew, I guess? And then sausage for the health? Yeah, I think that's pretty okay. Let's make carrot soup. I got extra. I'm gonna need a lot more turnip, but we can make some first. Replacing the deer stew. Yeah, look at this stamina bar. I mean, the health is still pretty healthy, I would say. So that's pretty okay. That's pretty okay. Let's put in the deer stew for now, and gonna wait for the turnip to grow so that I can make more turnip stew. Well, still don't know what withered bones are for, but I do trust Zeus's word for it, saying that withered bones is pretty OP. I actually don't know if there's like any reliable way of getting raspberry ? I don't know. Because I'm currently very out of raspberry, kind of, sort of, maybe a little bit. Squeams. Oh my god. I've been squeamed by bird. Hi Brian. If there's like a raspberry bush nearby, which I think there is, I also need more boar meat actually, so... Hope you're doing good, Brian. I haven't checked up the total chaos currently because I've been so obsessed with I've been super obsessed with Valheim, and oh my goodness, I haven't checked that out yet. Actually surprised that I can do an extra stream. Been playing a ton of scary games all November. Oh my god. Brave Bird. Doing Silent Hill F. It's good. Oh, isn't Silent Hill F like Souls-like but Silent Hill? I think I saw a bit of the game, and it also looks really fun. Like the combat seems very... It's not Souls-like in my opinion. It feels very down to earth. It's what I'm trying to say as well. At least my first impression feels Souls-like, but... It's a 3% action game with stamina in the dodge button. Oh. Also heavy attack and a light attack. The similarities pretty much end there. Oh, okay. To be fair, yeah, it's kind of bad of me to just assume that at first glance it's Souls-like. A little bit unfair, I would say. My bad. I'm just trying to find if there's like raspberry bushes nearby. It's not you. A bunch of people are saying that. Yeah. I think it's getting like to the norm. And I have no idea why, because it's not tracking at all. Oh, like you have to manually aim your hits? Something like that? Because like there's no, or because there's lock-on system in Dark Souls. Oh, I thought I heard pig, but it's not pig, it's grayling. If I had to compare combat with another game, I would say something original Silent Hill Game 2 4. Game 1 to 4. Holy shit. I forgot the pushback is crazy on grading. I never played Silent Hill games before. I remember you talking, you telling me that I should play the original version of Silent Hill 2. Because it's super heckin' good. Okay, there's a little raspberry bush here. I should probably take note of this. Mouse wheel, please. Mouse wheel. Okay. Raspberry? I don't know how to spell it. How do you spell raspberry? RASP? Oh, rasp. Oh, that's good enough. There's a dodge now, enemies are way more aggressive. Honestly, the combat system is what draws me in, since I really love those kind of combat where it's like super down to earth. Right? You whiff an attack, you get punished for it. When enemy whiffs an attack, they get punished for it. Something like that. I love stuff like that. It's like the consequences of your actions, essentially. You really feel like a 14-year-old girl fighting for her life. Right? I saw snippets of her swinging blunt weapons, right? Like it right when there's two enemies in one room. Like you're not some sort of expert. You're just a 14-year-old girl trying to fight for her life. It's like, oh no. I think that's pretty good. I think more games should do that. Question mark? Something like that. It gives us a like a bit of a sense of dread. Did I spell some mushrooms? Very nice. Well, Deer Stew is sort of not that good now. It's designed very well too. You can tell they put a lot of care into knowing how players would act. Oh, so fast? Didn't I just plant you? I should get some seeds, some turnips. They do the Kansas City Shuffle all the time, but infrequently enough that it gets me every fucking time. Don't hit my crops! Maybe I should defend my crops a little bit. You ever seen Jurassic Park? Not really. You know the hunter who was like clever girl in that one scene? I never watched Jurassic Park before. but clever girl? Mm. I do hear though good things about Jurassic Park. Basically, the game does to bait you. You see an enemy in the distance that hasn't noticed you? That's bait. Oh, wow. I should probably cover up my crops then. After knowing that my crop can get hit. Okay. I guess we fence around this part. I need a workbench. Yeah. Anyway, how's this one going? It is fine. Didn't you used to play this a while back on stream too? Yeah, but because they didn't have like the word modifier back then, that I didn't get to have a lot of like resources easily. So that's why I didn't play as much. But now that there's this word modifier where the game allows me to have like 3 times the resources than normal, which makes the game slightly easier. And now the game's nice. And yeah, I did play this quite a while back. Not much though. I usually stop after like the first boss because the rest of the grind is like a little bit too much. Senhu 2 has an ammo multiplier option instead of 15 bullets per box, so if I can get 30 or 45. Oh, that's so good! I love that. It doesn't make much of a difference, really, but that's like 2 times the bullet, or maybe even 3 times the original amount. I was about to say, did my mouse switch just listen to me? No. No way my mouse wheel listens to me. I think I can still jump out. Yeah, no problem. That should prevent my crop getting hit too much. Alright, let's get EP. Welcome to my dragon licking each other lair. Heck yeah. And then my shiny bed. My sleeping coin. I love sleeping in coins. Very, very nice. Mmm, coin. Oh god, I'm already hearing grey dwarfs. I don't like them. I put bronze nail in there? Holy shit. Okay. I should put some extra wood here. So I guess we're going to deeper south? Oh, didn't I found one what's it again? Yeah, one swamp dungeon. Yeah. There's one swamp dungeon. I kind of want to go with swamp, but I don't think I have enough. I don't have enough turnip stew though. It looks like they're all almost done, but not really. I guess they're not done. But I think 5 turnip stew is good enough, question mark? Four. Okay, it's good enough actually. So I'm still using my battle axe. I have a bunch of meat that I can drink. And yeah, let's go to deeper stew. That is deeper south, but it doesn't have enough space for me to type. Oh wait, this is deep south. I think this is Deeper Sue? Yeah, Deeper Sue is this one. Oh, isn't... Oh, I need a card. Oh, that's quick. Yeah, Sneaky Swamp Cave here. Let's get back and make a card. And card needs 10 nails, 20 wood. Okay. I'll take some extra wood. I'll probably need to bring one stack of rocks as well. Actually, I'll bring one stack of each. I need to make a road. Okay. I'm pretty sure I'm gonna make a bunch of workbenches so that I can have like a straight road towards the place. Right, one card. Alright, here comes the dreaded swamp. I hear pig dying. I want more meat. What was that delayed reaction? Give. Off we go. Feels like I have to clean up here. Maybe I can bring the cart and fight. I feel like I won't hit the cart, question mark? Yeah, I won't. I'm okay with this. Yo. Whoa. I hate it here. raise this one. Oh, the rocks doesn't come out. Oops. Now we have a road. Is this Necrodancer? It is. I haven't listened to Necrodancer music in a long time. I kind of miss listening to them. It's so good. We good. We got the creep. And then we got one road here. Very, very nice. Yeah. Nice, we did it. Put one here. Boom. Okay. Perfect. Yeah. Archer first. Arrow looking good. I guess we can take some... No, we have a little blood bag. But we know Ooze can make milkshake now, so... And Trails can make sausages. So yeah, there we go. I'm going in. I don't think I need that much yellow mushroom actually. And to make a full set of iron armor, I guess. Ancient bark. Oh, we got extra. Ooh, very nice, very nice. Dead end maybe? Oh, it's not. Secret? What? Oh. Hi. Oh. Okay, they still cannot hit me. That's on them this time. I already made myself slightly bigger, so... So they cannot blame me anymore. So let me check. Actually try A rank in the Burn in the Blackest Hell time attack event. Offer expires 2026? Oh, let's go. 2026 is fine. I have a little time to get that thing. You made weird soup? Hi, Zeus. Did you make the black soup in Valheim? I mean, that would be a little bit concerning, no? $2026 is like 3 weeks away. That's depressing. Don't say that. Oh no. That's so depressing. Oh, jeez, time flies. Holy shit. Blood pudding is actually really good. Huh. Oh. Yeah, speaking of blood pudding, I think it's what we call 猪血. And I think my mom loves that. 猪血. Hi Dragon Colony. Hi Sri. Welcome. Type it. There. I think that's what it is. Unless I'm wrong, then I'm stupid. Which is common occurrence at this point. Also, hope you are doing good. Welcome, welcome. Welcome to my extra stream of the week. Wow. Maybe something similar? Ah, okay. Alright, let's get back up. I'm already full. It's gonna be a lot of back and forth. Please to be trained to a gelatin. Yeah. What? Why is there scrap iron here? What happened? Okay, apparently there's scrap iron. Music? Oh, it just decided to have 18 seconds of... Okay. They just decided to have 18 seconds of absolute silence. What's the end? It's all good. Weird friend, a dragon friend, cool dog friend. Many friend. 18 seconds don't let the thoughts win. That's too difficult. 1 second of silence is detrimental. Weird. Shiny. I'm not taking yellow mushrooms for now, since I have a lot of them. Oh, I'm out of poison resistance? Drinking it, even though I'm a little bit too late on that. I must heal, because the poison is actually detrimental. Look at that. Look at that poison tick, it's crazy. Nice. I'll come back later. The auto stack is so good. The mods, they're so good. I'm not taking those ancient bark. It's so easy to get them. I am, however, taking withered bones because it looks like they're dungeon exclusive. Oh no. Withered bones. More withered bones and ruby? Hell yeah. I don't think we need more bones. Then I will not take them then. Save some space. I do have like 3 stacks though. 1 stack total should be enough. Okay, I have 3 stacks, so it should be good enough. Oh. Why is the numbers beneath the ground? Hi, Forgetful. Sorry I'm late to the stream. Oh, it's okay. Don't be sorry. I just appreciate, you know, you're always here, so I think that's good enough. Be late. I mean, if you have something that you need to take care of, be later is always fine. Ancient bark. There's so many ancient bark. I don't need this. I don't need this. Also, welcome in. Hope you're doing good. Forgetful. Yeah, both of these must be dead end. Is it too tall? Yeah. Be right back. Of course. Take your time, Zeus. Then I should throw this with the bones away. Bah. No shinies? Well, some. Iron pickaxe still looking good. Very, very nice. Iron pickaxe is so much more durable than bronze pickaxe. I mean, obviously it's a tier upgrade. I'm glad. No shinies? Oh. Is something spawning underground? I guess. Oh. I'm too short. Yeah, no star. Okay, we're good. Nice. Shiny. Oh, more shiny? Heck yeah. God, I love shiny. Wait, still looking good. Actually, I think I forgot to do something. Oh yeah, I totally forgot to do something. Actually, give me a second. Give me multiple minutes, actually. Ah! I forgot. It's been like 3 hours. I forgot to get my blood sugar level checked. Oh. Usually I can do this, but today I just sort of forgot. Yeah, let me get this thing. I don't know if you guys might hear... I mean, can you guys hear needles? I don't think needle makes noise. That was weird. I should also just take these out. Yeah. Throw this away? Yeah. Ooh. Ooh, there's a lot of alcohol swabs, hell yeah. I don't know why I love alcohol swap, but I love alcohol swaps. It's so weird when I put it that way. Also, sorry for doing this on stream. I should probably mute myself, should I? Once I'm doing the needle part, I'm gonna mute myself for a bit. But can people even hear the needle? No, maybe I don't need to. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I messed up. Alright, almost done. Just a little bit more. I don't know why it's like so hard to get the blood out. Ugh. Ooh. Yeah, I had a feeling. I guess that lunch was too strong. That's why I wanted to check as well. I'm almost done. Let me just put this back real quick. Sorry about that. I just kind of need to do this because I went to a new place to eat and it feels like their food is a little bit on the heavier side. So I had to check my blood sugar and see if it's like way too heavy, and apparently it is. So I need to. No big deal. I just need to. Let me get this real quick. Then we should be good. Sorry about this. Sorry about doing this on stream. Yeah. Okay. Fish my home? You just fish Toon Bowl. As a crab. You know, another Kobo friend. As a crab. Toon is so amazing, honestly. Toon bug. Alright, here we go. I'm back. Give scrap pile. Give scrap iron. Is that just like no shinies there? Oh, there we go, some scrap iron. Hmm? Did fish not work? Oh, it did. Okay. I don't hear forgettable fish just now. Mm. Oh. I don't think I need to put. I don't think I need to store nether scraps. Oh, Kojo, heck yeah. Holy shit. Came out for 2 seconds, immediately a rave. Good thing the workbench sort of messed it up. Oh, it's a golden loot music. Man, I remember struggling so much against golden loot. It's so cool. Oh. Oh. Oh my goodness, Kobo gone. Welcome. What were you playing? Warhammer Vermintide 2? A lot of people have been playing this game. Is there like a huge update of some sort? Maybe I should play that game for a little bit. It feels like a melee version of Left 4 Dead 2. New Kobo raid? Wow. Welcome in. Welcome raiders. I hope stream was fun. And also welcome in. I'm Tira. I'm a Kobo. And I play a bunch of games. I love fighting games. I love dragons to bits. And I love dragon bits. And I do art sometimes. Welcome. Hope you are doing good. Welcome to my extra stream today, because usually I don't stream on Tuesdays, but because my boss is like out traveling today, so I get to be here and play games. Got a new beatable model? Oh heck yeah! Nice. I wanna go look at it after. But of course, if you need any post-stream care, like get some food, get some rest, get some drink, definitely. Coda? Coda Red Panda? Okay, it's all dead ends here. Yeah. Well, I'm glad you have a new VTuber model. Thank you. And congrats. No way this is a dead end, right? Oh, your friend. Read the whole thing up with wiggles and movements. Ooh, amazing. Heck yeah.
Hello.
Oh.
And welcome.
Gentle Bolt, thank you. In the meaning of the whole thing, that's fair. Thanks for the follow, Gentle Bolt. Wow. Shiny. Oh, too much. Right, I'll get back later. I don't know why I keep pressing F. Am I playing Atlas? I mean, I was playing Atlas for a little bit last night before I sleep. I keep pressing F to interact with things. Whoa. Too many entrails? I guess I don't need that much entrails. Do I? Oh, ooze. Do I need ooze? I don't need this. I still want to explore more. Oh, so it's always nice to see a Kobold friend. What? No iron? Well, some. Things spawn? Underground again? I'll come back later. My inventory is almost full again. I guess we don't need boar meat here. I mean, my base is in metal, so it's a lot easier to like... Is that another... That's another... Yeah, that... Oh my god. Okay, that's another dungeon. Okay. Very nice. Well, we're gonna have a huge haul of scrap iron then, I guess. Good. Right, very good. Enough iron for a mace and an armor. It could be both to fight the boss. I'll try to upgrade them to the maximum before I fight the boss. I think I'll be getting a shit ton of scrap iron here. Get out of here. Chains, shiny. Dead end. Oh. Oh, that's the entire crypt. Okay. Wow, short one actually. Let's get back to the base and smelt these amazing iron real quick. Oh. You can have the Mexican to a new biome instead of new gear. True, true. I guess it's always the case after a new boss. Hi, Backgamer. Oh my god. Wait, where was I going? Ayoma, it's so heavy. It shouldn't be too far, I feel like. Just don't fall, please. Also, hope you're doing good, Backgamer. Oh yeah, I forgot Fortissimo is a thing. Wow, that was mega heavy. You know, I used to love Fortissimo so much. Now I still do. Fortissimo is so cool. Something seems to be making my game lagging a lot. Oh wow. Even here? This is the meadows. What are you doing? I wonder if there's going to be a... Is there submersion in this one? I don't think so. I mean, if there is, I think the bird's going to tell me, question mark? Or maybe not. It feels like at this point it should be on my own now. It's kind of funny how I can jump so high that I can always take fall damage, even though it's just a little bit, but it's kind of funny. I'm just gonna quickly transfer all the scrap iron back to my main base and just smelt them real quick. Pretty sure the turnips should be all like fully grown, I feel like. Should get the turnips. Nice, we're gonna get so much iron. Do I need to have perpetual light source? I feel like no, right? It's good on some small occasions, but usually I don't need that. Like, the game is not so dark to the point where I cannot see anything, so... yeah, maybe I can change the armor. To have more armor on my head, right? Instead of just 2 armor with perpetual light source. I guess going to like dungeons or crypts, it's good. But if I'm trying to go against a boss from now, which is the plan, then maybe I should change that. Coin heavy. Oh, chain heavy. Also, oh, I forgot to mention. This morning when I was driving around, it seems a lot of trees are blooming today. And only today it feels like, I don't know why. It feels kinda cool. Lots of beautiful flowers around the trees and stuff. Video pause, continue watching. Oh, am I not premium anymore? Oh shit. Right. I'm back. Oh, is this a shopkeeper version? Oh, I hope so. I mean, it seems to repeat it itself. Oh, hell yeah. Alright, transferred everything. Now I'm gonna make it, gonna let them smelt real quick. I low-key kinda want to make another smelter. Which I think I can just make one actually. Yeah, I have too many entrails now. Oh. I should make some tin. Oh, sorry, not tin, bronze. I have too much tin. Leave some copper. Okay. No stone? There should be enough stone. Yeah, that's a lot of scrap iron. Putting some stones here as well. I guess we make helmet first. Iron helmet. A helmet of polished iron fit for a hero. Can you say fit for a Kobo? That'll be nice. Nice. Oh, I need more iron? Armor 20 is crazy. Okay, that's really good. Okay, that's max quality. From 2 to 20 to 2 to 20, that's 10 times the armor. No lights though, but I think that's fine, question mark? Gonna go EP while I wait for them to smelt. EP in oh, why did I just slide off? What the heck? Day 90. I played this game for 3 months already. There's no like new shoulder armor though. Only like the troll version of the shoulder armor is like the best. To be fair, I have root chest and root leggings. And scale mail. Ah, yeah, it lowers more movement speed. I guess I'll bring Iron Mace and then I'll bring my Serpent Shield. That's a plan at least. I'll make... do I change? Oh, it's so hard to... and it's so hard to decide. Although this is 6? Workbench is only 4, so... Ooh, maybe I should... yeah, maybe I should change to iron. Feels like that's a lot stronger. Yes, it's gonna make me move a lot slower. But I think that is not too much of an issue. I hope. Let's go take wood real quick. I need wood. Very exciting. I think so, if I remember correctly. Hello, Beckham. Welcome. Evening. How's the gaming going? I have an extra day of streaming, so I'm extra happy today. My boss is out traveling, so I get to stream an extra day. And I get to play more Valheim, so heck yeah. Gaming is going pretty good. I'm very happy. Hope you're doing good too. Welcome, welcome. I think I have enough. Can I get the game again for an extra day? Heck yeah! It sure feels amazing. Iron scale mill. So much iron is needed. Give me iron, give me iron. They slow. I want iron. Didn't I put ooze somewhere? Oh, I did, okay. I'm gonna go sell some shiny. No, I don't wanna. I wanna keep them for now anyway. Okay. Oh. Huh? Hmm? Ash, hello. I'll make a couple. Oh, so level 4 is the max quality already? If only I can upgrade this troll hide cave, but... Hope you're doing good, Ash. Welcome. Just relaxing and chilling right now. It's so cold in my area right now. I expect to get some snow very soon too. Oh shit. Well, I never had experience with being too cold and snow. But make sure to keep warm and stay comfy. Comfy good. Two charcoal kiln and 3 smithy seems to work really well. Okay, now we need iron greaves. This one. And protect my legs. And then after that, I would need an iron mace to go against the Bonemass. The Bonemass. I'm pretty sure the Bonemass is going to be like skeletal things. Well, let's go get some turnips while we wait for it to... Are you guys done? Why is this triggering a little bit of my trypophobia? Oh fuck. Oh god, oh god. Pick it up, pick it up, pick it up, pick it up. Oh, nice. I can have turnip forever. Oh, nice. Oh. Give turnip. Why this much turnip? I don't know. Well, well, well. I mean, this is a nice amount of turnips, right? Just the right amount of turnips. Were they stacking? Oh my god. Give all the turnips. Oh. Look at that. It's the perfect amount of turnips, and I have 81. How did I have 81 seeds again? Excuse me, what? Oh, I did. Yeah, I totally did. Grow some seeds. I'm just gonna quickly plant them. I don't even wanna be methodical about this anymore. Just plant them. Well, I cannot help it. I had to do it. I went from a turnip. I went from a carrot bulb to now a turnip bulb. Turnip bulb. Oh no! I like meat, no. Especially dragon meat. Wink wonk. No, here I go again. Nice, they're all done. Okay. Now, where do I put my turnips? I guess I can put them here first. There. I wonder if I can pull it from here. Okay. Damning iron greaves? No, okay. This one. And then upgrade it. I need 5 more? Oh, I can upgrade these as well. Oh, they're oh. Like whenever my game lags for a little bit, I'm just so afraid that the game is going to like, my PC is going to shit itself or something like that. I'm scared. And that's another max level armor. Very, very nice. I know that feeling, hate the lag, I know, right? Lag is one thing, but if my stream dies, then that's even scarier, I feel like. Wouldn't want that, because it happens way too much when I play Valheim. Which is so sad, really, but it is what it is. Cut the tree. Oh! Oh god! You know, people say cutting tree using a battle axe is overkill. I would say it's cool. I like it. Oh, careful. I totally didn't mean to do that. I totally did not aim at the Great Wolf and killed it. I'm also getting quite a bit of a wood here because I need charcoal more than I need a lot of charcoal now. Yep. Oh, heckin' yep. Welcome back, Kobo Go. Heckin' yep. Making yep. Minion yep. Ancient bark spear. How do you use spear? Do you just throw it? I kinda want to try it, but it uses iron. No, I don't want to use extra iron for now. I'm almost out of iron and I need to go to the other dungeon and get more iron. Give iron. Give shame. Iron Mist. More iron? We're changing weapons for now. Spears are for poking, javelins are for throwing. Oh, are they different? Huh. I mean, they're different, obviously. What am I saying? But, oh, I didn't know. Let's bring up my special shield. Wow. Oh, did I put honey here? Let's do one more micromanaging and then we're gonna go eat. Oh my god, I'm so slow. I'm too thick. The shield is too thick. Shame. EP in gold pile. Nightmare heavy on your chest. Why do you always sleep with Nightmare? I'm sorry, why do I always sleep with Nightmare? Oh, it's not far enough. Oh, no more. No more iron. Oh no. Hopefully it's enough to upgrade my iron mace. Oh my god, I guess level 3 is good enough? Question mark? Thanks for head pin. Oh my head pin. Oh well. I guess I can bring 4 stacks of turnip there. Fine. Okay. Black soup. sausage needs boar meat as well? Oh, I guess I'm gonna need a lot of boar meat for this diet. Oh. No. $26. I need 30. Wait, I think I have enough. Like, just enough. Yeah, I have enough. And one extra. I need to wait for them to smelt though. I don't think I need to ferment anything for now. I guess I need to preemptively ferment some frost resistance. Like, I'm probably gonna go to mountains next, question mark? Maybe. Right, let's go grab some great warfry. Right, that's enough. Let's make 5. Nice too. The arrow looking good. Lots of arrows. I don't think I can shoot 92 arrows in the short time, so yeah. Nice, there we go. Level 4 miss, max level armor. To go against Bonemass, hopefully I can do it. The food-wise should be good, I think. Also, caves are mostly to finish set bonuses. Oh. They don't get good until far later. Okay, that's good enough. That's fair enough. Far later is crazy though. But it's okay. Do I fight them now? I mean... looking good, I guess. Like, the first 4 capes all have the same stats, except Troll does a stat bonus. It has like the sneaky one. Well, I'm not gonna wear Troll armor now. So, Serpent Shield is a tower shield. I'm bringing this because I'm pretty sure I cannot parry properly, considering that how Elder attacks. It was crazy. And I think Bonemass is probably going to be a lot crazier, so... I'm just gonna bring a tower shield and block my way to victory, I think. here we go, I guess. It's the same as the other caves they have access to. The armor bonus, right? It's only like 3? Like, I'm still wearing it now. Yeah, 3 armor. Oh, wait, in order to summon Bonemass, I didn't know what I need. Okay, let me go see the hints first. Yeah. Let's go check the hint and then I would know what to do. If Abomination appears, I'm gonna use an axe. Don't do it. What are you doing? You're in the swamp. What? Man, I cannot wait to leave the swamp. Ugh. Oh yeah. Is mess... Oh no, wait. Wait, Mace should be fine, right? Yeah, and remember I was using mace before, a bronze mace, so it's a tiny bit janky, but it's not too bad. I'm pretty sure Bonemass is going to be so huge that it's not gonna make a difference. Like it's gonna hit either way. Yeah, it's fine, it's fine. Tiny bit janky, but it's fine mostly. Fire elementals? That's new. And they're walking on water. Ah, that's how they die, okay. Oh! Oh, that's how they drop the coal. Cheaters, never mind. Here, chase me then, how about that? Hello. Oh yeah. Oh! Okay. Come on, touch water. Touch water, pussy. You won't. Save them? Okay, I will. Circling. Oh! They're kinda weak. I mean, I did save them by providing this leveled area. I did! I saved them here! Also, hi Brecky. Welcome, Tekken. Oh, come on. Without premium, it's so sad. Of course I'm gonna keep watching, stupid YouTube. God damn. Oh. Wait, does this provide shelter? It does, I'm sheltered. Hello, what do you need? Cook the remains. Entrails? Bone fragment? You are very bone, so... Bone fragments? Oh my god, one hit. What if it's skeleton trophy? That's gonna be so sad. Let's get some pistol. It has something to do with skeletons. If it's not bone fragments, then it's gonna be really bad. I have big shield. Ow. Easy. Oh, we have A rivals one as well? Heck yeah. I don't think it can be Wraith, no. Oh, so here's another dungeon. Crazy. I mean, I guess I don't need this anymore. Cook the remains, cook the remains. I mean, cooking does remind me of entrails. What if it's entrails? I'm gonna give it a try. So I assume I just throw them in? I mean, there's like a poison boiling thing just presented on me, like presented to me like this, so... Here we go. What if you destroy this thing? Okay, how? Blocking good. Blocking too late. Holy, Serpent Shield is OP? Oh my god, I took no damage. Yeah. Aha. Boiling death. Oh, I need to offer item. Got root. Root. Entrails. Bone fragment. Ooze. Are you serious? Is it skeleton trophy? Oh no. I threw it all away. Oh, I guess I have to go farm it. Alright, how do I farm? How do I farm skeleton trophy? Oh no. Oh, this is painful. No. How do you cook bones though? Bones tasty? I guess. I guess it can be tasty. Oh god, it's so dark. Right, I don't have... I'm gonna walk around the swamp in the night. Encoding overloaded. Give me a trophy. Right, I cannot parry, I forgot. I wanna try... Do they need a stack of bone fragments actually? What if they need a stack of bone fragments? Oh shit. No, they have to need skeleton trophy. What? You just spawn like that? I couldn't block on time. Seriously? Oh, did I accidentally break the bonfire? Oh, I didn't. Okay. That's a stack of bones. Let's go check. Let's see if I'm actually on the land or not. Oi! Preemptive attack, we love that. I should drain first. 6. Heal up. And get that stamina buff. And okay, not this one. No. Selling core? No. Really? Then I'm lost. I'm not too sure what it needs. Cook his remains. Goose. Cook the remain. You are a skeleton. Skeleton only drops skeleton trophy and bones. Do I need like 10 skeleton trophy? Or a stack? How much is a stack? 20? Do I need 20? Oh man. Alright, okay. Where's the spawner again? I forgot. Oh, okay, it's there. Give me the things. Drink? I would drink. I'm gonna drink. What? Bunchy? Hey, get Bunchy. Gonna continue getting that skeleton trophy. I'm getting way too much bone fragments though. Hey, Ganaba, I didn't mean to. Oh, no. I got too close. I got too close. I blew it. Fuck. Oh, another one. Okay, okay. Don't mess up this time. What is smoking me? Just get rid of the body pile and leave the skeletons. Iron head? I'll take it. Oh, you can shoot me here. Oh, how about Draugr trophy? I never thought about that. Yeah, what if it's Draugr trophy? Oh shit. Either way, I messed up. I think when there's like 1 star or 2 star, the chances are higher that I can get a bone, I can get a trophy. I mean, it sure feels that way. I mean, Tower Shield doesn't have that satisfaction level, right? Tower Shield just be like, I'm super duper tanky, that's it. It doesn't have that parry goodness. Ooh, 2-star. Ah, 2-star didn't drop a trophy? Oh. The trophy doesn't drop. Oh, there it is. There it is again. Lucky. Give me more, please. Oh my god, they gave more. Give me more, please. I just need 13 more. Oh my god. This is so sad. You know, no one told me that. What is that? Wait. Is that going to tell me where Bonemass is? If it does, I'll uninstall this game. I'm joking, I'll never uninstall this game. What's that? Locked? Is that locked or is that a merchant? I mean, yeah, this one shows where Bonemass is. God damn it. What good does it do? Nice. Good job. Go see? Sure. Not sure what it is. Alright. Since I'm farming for skeleton trophy, might as well just go around for a little bit, why not? Durability on mace is a little bit low, but it's all good. I can use axe still. Another... oh my god. Ay. Let's register that location. Hi, coconut. I'm right, but I need to restore my web browser. Of course. Take your time. Oh no! Oh yeah! It doesn't hurt, let's go! Ow. Bitch. Thank goodness I drank it fast enough. Alright, I can parry. Oh! Now, here's something for you, Leech. Scrap iron? How? Okay, I'm back. Welcome back, Coconut. Maybe the spawners drop iron? Possibly? I'm walking, like I'm not running as much because I'm afraid that my stamina is like gone when I need it the most. How many dungeons are here in such a small area? Holy shit. Crazy. Oh, fire elementals. Oh. I guess that's the way of getting certain core? Don't think I need coal here. Oh. So that's a fire elemental spawn. Why do they keep spawning in some wet area? That's so sad for them. Like in one of the, there's a weird fire thing that I pinned, and that's like in the Black Forest, but it's in the water area as well. Like they literally couldn't spawn there. Oh, water bed for you! Another cave. I know they're dungeons, but I like to call them caves. I need that much cave. I think this is too much cave. Blue? Want me to say what you need? Yeah, would be nice. Is that a merchant? Hello. Grey dwarfs? What the heck? Hello? Hi. Love potion. An intense musk permeates the air around this spot. Why you keep sweeping your... Stop sweeping me, and now I'm a kobold. Candle wick. Steep this in something flammable for a long-lasting and cozy light source. Oh. Fresh seaweed. Powdered dragon egg shells. Dragon egg is a hard and difficult material to work with, yet here it has been ground to a fine glittering dust. I swear to God, stop sweeping me around! Corked vial? Well, I have to get this dragon. Thank you. Cursed Squirrel hamstring. Pungent pebbles. A serving tray. IVC? These unassuming seeds can grow into vines that might overtake entire buildings. Oh, maybe I don't need that. Wooden herb blend. Marjoram carefully harvested and dried will turn even the most basic ingredients into a delicious feast. Whoa, wait, maybe... Oh, I need fine bone to make a portal here. Oh, it's so far. Well, it's not really that far, but... Actually, it's not too far. Well, thanks for not killing me here. Is there withered bone? I don't... Oh, it needs withered bone! Music. Nintendo outbeat and chill music for a productive day ahead. Why do you keep playing me this, like... I'm okay with this, actually. Yeah, you can play that. Okay, there we go. Oh, it needs withered bone. It is bone! Wait, you're right. Oh my god, I'm actually dumb as fuck. Oh, I'm rested. Yeah, make Great Dwarf Eye as well. So, look at them, like, they keep spawning around this area. Yeah, you wanna come here? You wanna come here? you wanna come here? Oh, I cannot touch water? Oh, you touch water. Oh no, you touch water too. Oh no, it sucks to be you, I guess. I'm a mean kobold today. That's because Som has been mean to me. Actually, I think... Yeah, let's get that withered bone and then try to fight Bonemass. That's another dungeon. This place is crazy. Oh. There we go. I'll be out for now, maybe back later. Of course, of course. Thanks for stopping by. Well, I don't need these now that I know what I need. Give me the shiny. Head. It's okay, I'm rested. I can out heal that, I think. Ay, ay, ay. This is a huge swamp. It's so mega dark though, I cannot see anything. Yo, Wii Sports? Whoa, that's a bad idea. Well, I mean, I accidentally found another cave. Shiny. Oh. It's not that dark now. Am I seeing another dungeon? There's so many dungeons here. What the heck? I mean, not that I want to explore dungeons now. Daisy, hi! Fuck them up, my fellow pink smallness. Heck yeah. I'm a small bulb and I can beat. Well, I'm scared. Okay. Don't do it. Let me drink. Let me drink first. Hi, Daisy. Hope we're doing good. And then we have a rave. Of course, we have a rave. Going to be AFK for a second. Gonna snuggle take on my partner, but I'll be back in 30. Of course. Take your time. Have fun snuggling, partner. Thanks for stopping by. I don't think I can tackle Abomination and Rave together. Is this the no? Oh, that's a. Oh, okay. Oh, that's a cave. Okay. Why is there no lights? No. Why is there no lights? This is so bad. Alright, come here. Let me fight you here. Almost out of stamina. Okay, we could. And then the save. Okay. We are so good. Holy shit. And then no raves. I wonder if I can snipe it. Oh my god, I'm the best shooter ever. Get absolutely farbernucked. Come here. Bitch. Am I in Black Forest or some shit? Isn't this Meadows? That works. I need meat. Oh my god, give me your meat. I got the meat. Maybe I don't need leather scraps. No, I don't. Oh my god, Daisy Circuit? Don't do it! Something died. Me! Oh my god, Draugr is just causing chaos. Holy shit, what are you doing? Why are you so mean? Alright, we good? Let's get back. Timber is very cool. No. 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 And Brecky is also very cool. No bias, no lying. Because Kobo would never lie. I think. Do we need that much root? We don't need that much entrails. I want to listen back to the Mario Kart music again. This one. Oh, heck yeah. More Mario Kart music. My favorite. Oh, I could sell shiny to that merchant now, right? Hey. This is the special shiny place. Abomination trophy. We were really farming those skeletons just now. I'll just bring like one full stack of withered bones, just in case I didn't bring enough. I think the fermenting should be done. Yeah. Oh my god, it's shiny. It's glowy shiny. Oh my god. Look at it. Protected against the cold. I'm pretty sure we're going to mountains next. Which is fine by me. One stack. I'm actually very happy that I don't need to use... iron to fix iron stuff. Like fixing doesn't cost anything, which is really heckin' nice. I'm gonna store the extra arrows. I don't think I'm gonna use that much of an arrow. Like, just charging the arrow takes so long. Okay, I'm gonna get the rested buff here. This is comfort 7. I think up there is like comfort 9. 6? 7? 9? There we go. Comfort 9 on this bed, heck yeah. I mean, obviously, look at the amount of coin piles that I have. Alright, I'm rested. 16 minutes? Hell yeah. Let's do it. Let's go fight that Bonemass. It's official. We're gonna kill the Bonemass. I don't like swamp bad. Oh yeah, I'm wearing armor. Yeah, already minus 10%. Plus this, it's minus 25%. Holy shit, I'm so slow. Yeah. Yeah, that's a little of like minus. Oh. I got the zoomies. Like, look at this spawn. They're just spawning around water. The game is so mean to the Surtlings. I never got hit by them once. I don't think I want to find out how painful they could be. Oh. Alright, drink everything. Take everything out. In you go. Whoop, here we go. Oh. Right, of course. Oh. I can't see shit. My health is really bad. Let's hide. Can they move? Oh yeah, they can. Okay. I'm just gonna heal. No, get away from me, a little shit. I wanna heal. How far does that extend? Oh, not that far. Okay. I'm gonna get poisoned. It's okay. I'm waiting for the cooldown. Did you just eat something? Did you just chuck something at me? Ah, yeah. Make sure my health is fine now. Hi Ninja, cheeky? Heck yeah. Oi. Cannot block in time. Drink. Mead. Hey. No, fuck you. I'm not afraid of you. Oh shit. Ah. Bonemass gets retaken in multiplayer with the cheese by getting stuck. I mean, the same happens with the Elder, how I got rid of it. It dodged. Oh, that's so lucky. Got him. Get absolutely fucked. Bonemass trophy. Kobo bones hit again. Bonemass left you a parting gift. It seems how many bones this living ossuary hid in his belly was a wishbone. This bone contains powerful magic which guides you to things hidden in the earth and can locate silver veins, but may also lead you to buried treasure. Oh! So a neat thing is that Bonemass can be skipped since his item doesn't really unlock anything. I'm okay with that information. I mean, then I'm just gonna beat him up out of spite then. I'm gonna beat it up again out of spite. Fuck. Fuck you! I'll kill you again! How could you? How could you? I'll kill you again! Alright, come here, little shit. Can you hit that far? Ay, ay. I still got hit by it. There. What is that? Ay, ay. Stinky! Fucking block, stop blocking me, you fuck. Ew, what are you doing? Hi! Oh no, Stinky. Ay, 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 Stinky. Hi, Hus. Well, Kobo? What's going on? Am I missing something? You whiffed, dum-dum. I don't care, you did. You did. You stupid. Green. Green. Oh. Once you find hidden things, move in the direction the pings get more intense. Are you doing well? I'm doing pretty okay today. Oh, it's utility. Location of many forgotten things. Move in the direction that the pings get more intense. What kind of ping are we talking about? I guess I will know. Not now though. I want to equip making Jord for now. Because I want to do something that's very stupid. And by then, I'm gonna kill this thing again. I wanna kill this thing again. I hate swamps so much. I'm gonna do this again just to spite it. Alright, cheers. Poison resistance. And then a triple eat. Put this one in. And then boom, boom. And another boom. Nighttime might be a bad idea though, but whatever, it's fine. I think. I can tell how it works. It's okay. I'll figure out on my own for this one. See, maybe I need to go to a new region to know how it works, or maybe I can just keep using it to see how it works. Oh. Hiya, 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 hiya. I mean, does this hurt? No, right? It hurts my stamina. That's what it does. But I still have my rested buff, so it's fine. Hiya, 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 hiya. Oh, nearly. I actually cannot see anything. Now you're gonna vomit. Yeah, you do. Kill. 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 Oh, ooh, it's moving. Beat up the swarm. It feels so good to kill this thing out of spite. Oh my god. I hate swamps so much. Hell yeah. Get out of here, swamp. Alright, let's offer it to the sacrificial stones. The wishbone works in 3 biomes. Swamp is one, I think. Swamp. What if it's meadows? I'm gonna keep it. Yeah, I'm not too heavy right now. You can sense hidden objects. Okay. Oh, where do you come from? Done. Oh, heck yeah, look at Becky. I need to shout people out more often. The amazing Tekken. Oh my god, I don't wanna. Brecky doesn't need to be shouted out. Oh yeah, I remember. Oh, Brecky. I think it was like when we first met, you did mention that you don't like to get shouted out. Oh wait, that's all water. It's all water, what am I doing? Okay, this one's already finished. You wanna jump?哦，哎！你阿妈给账好妈的，吓死人！那个真是。I can parry. My ears itch. Not now, ears, stupid. Okay, there we go. We good. He's like the strongest here. What? Sorry, do I mind down? I mean, it's full of water though. It's not even a good idea to do that. Oh. Oh. I'm in water. This is so bad. So you're supposed to kill... What? No. Wait, no, right? Oh, not again. Ah, I see you with this tiny little shit. 2? Are you dumb fuck? Oh, fuck you so much, man. The game is like, oh, you kill our thing so many times. And then we send 2 wraiths at you, you little shit. Well, guess what, stupid? 2 Wraiths cannot kill me. I don't need to go to caves for iron, but I feel like mining here is way more dangerous than than like you know, because leech. Also, I think the water issue might just be because short. Oh, that's one thing, but also the issue is that there's like leeches around. I think that's like a big issue here. It's not a big scrap pile though. It would be nice if I can see anything. Hi again, Zuri. I can get less raves, more raves. I know, right? Gosh. I mean, I'm not a huge like rave enjoyer, but between raves and raves, I'll choose raves. Exactly. Oh. It's in the middle? That's the strongest, right? Oh. Oh, that's mega strong. It would be nice if you can see what I'm digging. Oh, muddy scrap pile, okay. Is there more than this muddy scrap pile? Whoa. I'm drowning. Oh, I'm already too heavy. I can't even grab me scrap iron. You can swap the belt. It's so hard to get out though. And then there's more here. Oh, is it this one? No. Yeah, there's one here. It'll be fucking nice if I can see anything. Like Jesus fucking Christ, it's way too dark. I'll come back later. Yeah, good god, it's way too dark there. I need my rested buff. Yeah, rested buff. Yeah, more of this. Holy shit, I want to see things instead of like looking at nothing. How funny it is that Bonemass is way easier than Elder. I mean, how the fuck does Elder even attack? I don't even know. I'm pretty sure if I were to go to Elder now and try to fight Elder again, I lose. I lose. Straight up. No chance. I have too much ooze. Yeah, too much ooze actually. I mean, what do I do with ooze again? I can make grenade, right? Squishes the Kobo in a warm hug. Oh my god! Hi Draken. Hi Ambre. Welcome. I've been hugged. What do you need? You need resin? Well. Say no more. Say fucking no more. Welcome to my hoard pile where there's like 10,000 resin in here. Because I'll eat the ooze? No, I right clicked it, it doesn't eat it. Why did I try that? Why did I try that? Oh my god. Don't worry about it, it's fine. In cooking? Oh yeah, in cooking, of course. Oh, fuck. Oh, I'm out of leather scraps. No, okay, who says that I have too many leather scraps, huh? God damn it. No one, exactly. Also hope you're doing good, Ambre. Welcome. More Tekken. Shed skin of a Wraith flowing robe only visible by moonlight. Oh! Wraith has trophy. Soda can have good crunch. Sausage. It's funny you're alive when I'm waking up. I get that a lot. time zones are weird. And then same goes for me. Like a lot of friends are alive when I'm sleeping. It's like no. Like it's so sad, really. I don't see the trophy can be made into anything. Wraith trophy? Yeah. Just gonna put it here. I just need one, right? Oh, I can put the boss trophy here. Oh my goodness. Like my trophy stack over there? Yeah. Alright, let's go to the sacrificial stones. We are making good progress. Oh my god, the deer is running away. I'm catching up though. Hello. Give me. Oh. Nice. I do see you lurking in my stream, so yeah, obviously noticed. Heck yeah. I do lurk whenever I can. It's kind of a shame why I cannot really interact with streamers though. Or I sometimes, most of the time, don't want to because I feel scared of interacting. It's always like such a sad situation where I want to talk to people. My brain's like, I talk for what? Talk for what? something like that. It's like, it's so hard to like get that out, to go off my comfort zone and just lurking. Sometimes when I feel comfortable enough to talk, it feels nice. Is it dragon time? If dragon is on the mountains, that would be very fitting, I think. Third one. Boom. So jiggly. The mass takes the brunt of your blows. The effort required to raise your shield lessens so you can withstand harder hits. Damage modifier, slightly resistance versus blunt, resistant versus slash, versus pierce. Block stamina cost minus. Oh! Block stamina return? Oh gosh, diggity dang, wow. It sucks though. Like, running away is so much better. Like, this is the best one by far. So next one is Tekken, I assume. Black wings across the moon and sun. Down from the mountain our mother comes. Her weeping tears will fall like rain. Her voice will call us home again. Call me home. I'm a kobold. Next I just ping you and then you have to talk. Oh god, no. I'm even more scared now. Would there be something in meadows? Would be cool to sense something in the meadows. Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. No. No. I guess we can try going to our nearest mountain. I mean, around meadows is one, or two, or three, maybe even four. Get out of here! Alright, we good? Like, there was one nearby. Oh yeah, here's one mountain, I think. I remember this one nearby. Like, very nearby. Oh, here. Yeah, this is a mountain. Hmm. I need to bring my frost-resistant mead. Then I can go to the mountain. Wait, I'm trying to go back to my base. What am I doing? This is my desired zoomies. Uh-oh. Give me! Thank you very much. I need your leather scraps as well. I guess we can prepare to go to the mountains now. So I think the closest mountain, let's go to this one. That's pretty close. Oh wait. Oh. Wait, there's a runestone just around. Oh. And bear witness to my warning? Odin will have a head hard. Okay. Okay, okay. Board trophy. Do I want to put board trophy? I guess. We don't need to bring this for now. Oh, we bring this now. I think it's time we refill on a little bit of the mead. Just the stamina one. I still have a lot of health ones. That's 50 raspberry. Oh! Oh my god. I need so much raspberry. It's crazy. Oh my god. I wanna go find the... I should make another portal then. To the... I will call it the Dragon Merchant. I mean, it sells powdered dragon dust. I don't know what it does, but... it sells dragon stuff and I want to buy all of them. This one. Powdered dragon eggshells. Right? I kinda want to buy all of them. Even though I don't know what it's used for. They sell dust for biomes. Dragon is mountain? I guess I was right then. You don't have the items it needs yet? Then I'll just buy it more. I want it. Yeah, I was thinking of portal to Swamp Merchant. I will need to find wood. And that was way too close. Oh. That should be enough fine wood. Okay, so I just need 40 fine wood. Oh. Swamp Merch. Okay, Swamp Merc it is. Swamp Merc. Okay, we can make another portal. I do need a little bit of wood. Wood so that I can create a workbench. EP in coin. Oh, why did I? Oh, I changed the thing, right? I shouldn't have changed it. So if I sit now, it's going to be very jank as well. Let's say if I sit down on this thing, I'm probably gonna fly away. Oh no! I didn't know one unit is this much. Alright, we can... Alright, let's go make the portal. to the merchant. I also gonna bring my shiny that I'm gonna sell so that I can have more coin pile. Why is probably a meter? Looks about right, honestly. Shame. Right, here we go. You need Swamp Key no more? Oh, you're right. Well, I have a love-hate relationship with Swamp Key because it's kind of shiny. But get out of here, fuck you. Alright, we good. Let's go. Put the portal. Gonna put the portal. Let's go deeper soul. We're gonna put a portal named Swamp Merc. It's not a mercenary, it's a merchant. Stinky. Oh, that's what you look like. I would much prefer going to crypts, honestly, than mining out here. Overextended. Gonna slap. Ooh, that's a really nice color. Good. Purple? Oh my god, look at that purple. Is it like a 1-star Surtling? It has to be. They are glass cannon, it feels like they got one shot by my bow. Right? It feels pretty soft. They are like glass cannon. Also, me just casually landing that hard shot. Keeping it casual. I already up my height, and they still gonna hit me. Kobo skill definitely pick up and just carry away. Whoa! I'm gonna get stolen. By a dragon though, I don't mind. There's so many firemen here. Or in Killer Instinct there will be Cinder. I fear the leech is like, oh, fucking rude, what are you doing? Got him. KGK. How do you read that? Hello, friend. Give me a second. Where my wood? Didn't I bring 10 wood exactly? Why did it become 5? What happened? It's okay. A mystical force in this area stops you. Ah, that's fair. I think. Oh, it's just, is it these things? Oh, that far. Swarm merge. Okay, swarm merge. Yeah. G time? Oh hell yeah, kitty. I agree, I agree. Kitty is the best. Alright. Are you gonna keep sweeping me away this time? I guess so. Can I use this? No? Can I steal your things here? No? LKM? 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 KNG? LKM? KNG. Okay. What does that mean? I don't know. Always feign love and war. Oh, is it like love and peace, right? Love and peace, so no one set the table with whatever food and drink you fancy and impress your guests with a delicious feast. Once a feast has been eaten off, it won't return any resources if dismantled. Oh. Seafarer's herb. Herbalist would rather not disclose. Is well suitable for fish. Any fisher folk worth their salt would do well to keep this blend near, in case of a good catch. Ah, wait, I can fish. I forgot. I didn't even buy a fishing rod and a fishing bait from the previous merchant. I never tried fishing. I wanna try fishing. Keyword squirrel hamstring. An earthly odor clings to these dried lumps. Thank you for the shells. I don't know what this does, but it has dragons on it. I will drink, thank you. Yep. Yep. Hi, Burnaway. Welcome. Heckin' yip. Heckin' yip. Hope they're doing good. Let's save. I bought a bunch of dragon powder. Powdered dragon eggshells. That's what it is. What does it do? I don't know. I'll soon find out, I guess. Actually, I don't need to pin this one. It's just the merchant. Let's get back. What time? Oh, it's already 5? Holy shit. God damn. Time's fast. Oh. There. Time to add more coin pile. Must have more shame. So good. Oh, let's get more resin real quick. Until I came to play it. Oh. I mean, I've been playing this, and I've been playing Atlas, and I've been playing Monster Rise as well, and also Monster Frontier. Do you fancy any of these? I mean, just sort of speaking out of like when I play. I kind of want to get more scrap iron real quick. Since I can still upgrade these. Like my weapons and pickaxe. I don't know how to reliably hunt for serpent. I don't think I want to do that. I guess we go to the merchant, and nearby there's a strat, but it's sort of not intuitive and expects you to know. Oh, then it's okay then. I'm pretty sure I don't know, which is fine by me. I'll hunt for it my way, I guess. I'm okay with that. Okay, 20 wood. Let's bring a cart there. Mainly because the stuff you need for it is missable completely. Ooh. Or maybe I can cheese my way. You know, like somehow be able to mate offshore, and then I can punch it to death, like the one that I did last time. Maybe that's awfully lucky, but maybe I can do it again. Maybe. I mean, I've been shown some dumb luck in games before, so maybe I can do it again. Alright, let's go get more shine. I don't need to know that for now. Perfect. Bah. Alright. Right, let's go down. Already 2 dead ends? What is this script? This script says? Well, maybe here there's like 10,000 things. I forgot I don't have light source anymore. It's so dark. I was like, why is the game like more darker than usual? It's like, oh yeah. Of course it's more darker than usual. I didn't bring the thing. Honestly, I want to speak my mind a little bit. I don't know why, but today it feels like my urge of wanting to get picked up by dragons is so high currently. Another dead end. Not a lot of scrap iron, I would say. But it's not bad. Not too bad, actually. I'm smelly. Numbers? Oh my god. Hello, numbers. Oh my god, isn't that cool? What? Hope numbers is doing good. Welcome, welcome.
Yip yippee.
Heck yeah, yip. Heckin' yip. Shiny.
Yip yip
What? Heckin' yip. Yip. Yip good. Hi, hi. Hope numbers is doing good. Welcome, welcome. Always nice to see Sinek. It's so dark. How's the cute? Oh, oh no! Wait, wait. I wanna wait. I'm doing pretty okay, honestly. I get to stream an extra day today. Makes me very happy. Okay. And get bonked. I am very EP. Oh. Well, EP good. The EP sounds so good right now, actually. Okay, we need leather scraps. Peaceful Jiraga tomb invaded by violent kobold. Well, I need shiny, so... I'm sorry, Jiragas, kobold needs the shiny. Well, if they aren't so irritable and wants to hit me every time they see me, they will be fine. Maybe not though. I'll still hit them. Gonna steal the combo for some big EP Naga coils. And coil combo up on my deck. Oh, ooze is kinda heavy. I need leather scraps. Oh, I do hope Sneku gets a nice EP. Hopefully coiling the Kobo up would help improve sleep quality. Does that improve sleep quality? I sure hope so. Gonna go get warm. It's like 23 for... Oh, lower than 4. That's cold as fuck. Holy shit. Yeah, get warm, get comfy. Important to stay warm. I mean, I'm also been told Australians are... Chester? Australians are having like a super duper hot summer right now, so... To Australians with the summers, I hope they stay cool. Chester. Got the bold. Give shiny thing. Give shiny. No problem. Oh. Oh my god. Yeah, that's too much. One? "23 isn't abnormally cold where I live." Oh. Well, if we are talking 23 Celsius, it's already abnormally cold for me. But 23 Fahrenheit? Was that abomination that I just felt? I hope not. Yeah, 23 Fahrenheit is gonna be freezing for me. Getting more shiny. Oh. Coins? Hell yeah. Where? I'll be seeing temps like that till like April, May. Oh, so 20 you won't be this cold anymore? It's just today it's like mega cold? Question mark? Something like that? Nah, I feel like I can do better than that. Isn't there like a nearby cave? Won't get up to the 2370. Oh, so you'll only get colder from this point onward. That's kind of scary. Oh, coin heavy. And snow, you love snow? I never seen snow before. Like in real life. I mean, of course there's like some artificial snow, but that's different. That's not like authentic snow. It's different. Nice, that's 30 scrap iron immediately. I prefer cold too. Slightly easier to handle than too hot. Slightly, yeah. Like there's too many like too hot in Malaysia. Can only take off so much before it becomes a felony. Oh no. Oh, I think Malaysia doesn't allow like, I mean, nowhere is allowed public nudity, right? Yeah, of course. What am I thinking? More shame. Time for EP. Have good EP numbers. Thanks for hanging around. Can use the fact of feeling moist all the time. It's so sad, but yeah. I mean, it would be nice if it's like a different kind of moist. I mean, getting moist by dragon. Oh. Have the best EP. Make sure to coil the Kobo up so they can upgrade the sleep quality. I'm just making shit up though. Of course you want to me. Yeah, I'm not even gonna hide it anymore. I want Tekken. I mean, honestly though, reptilians in general works. Heck yeah. Have Aiden, he's a big bird. Oh yeah, one of your characters as well, right? I will oh, what? Things. I don't think I need that much ooze. Too much ooze. I mean, I do have 100 grenades, so I guess I'll bring the grenade to the mountains for funsies. Why not? I want the dragon to do things to the Kobo. I feel I need to manual save more. To at least visit the swamp before I end the stream. Sorry, not swamp, holy shit. Visit the mountains. There is one nearby mountain. I want to use the battle axe again. Oh, I can cancel it? Oh. Oh, I got an extra. I guess we run to... I guess going from here is like easier, question mark? Let's go to the right portal. Big X. Actually, can I upgrade my axe? I should upgrade my axe. You know, sometimes I feel like I'm too thirsty. Sometimes I feel like I'm too thirsty for dragons, right? Even like, especially on stream, I feel like a little bit. But then again, sometimes I just really cannot help myself. But like, I want dragon. So hopefully that doesn't. You know, I don't know. I don't know. Oh, Battle Axe is max? Should I try a different weapon? I mean, I never tried this one before. Block Force 40? Battle Axe block Force is 85? Oh, wait, maybe upgrading it will give more block armor? Like block force? Chuckles is big weapon. Hi, Zio. DMG is something adorable. Only 50k Wahoo! Oh god, I need to do more. I haven't do one in such a long time. This is bad. Oh my god, kitty. Oh my god, kitty. Oh my god, this kitty is so... Oh my god, it's so squishy. Oh my god. Why is the kitty so squishy? Oh my god, I've been blessed by Zio. Zio, I wanna show the kitty picture, can I? Is that kitty too? Oh! Yes, please. You can? Okay. Then I'll show Nina's kitty as well, if Nina allows. Oh my god, kitty! Yo, kitty, why is it so squishy? Why is it so squishy? Oh my god. The best kitty, oh my god. Who can? All the kitty are best kitty, oh my god. I love kitty. Like, oh my god, look at the pops, it's so squishy. Oh my god. How about more kitty? Oh. Oh my god, why is the eye like this? I don't know why this gives the illusion of the kitty looking like one eye up, one eye up, one eye down. I love the kitty, oh my god. Oh, the pops. That's not the tail, right? Yeah, that's not the kitty's tail. Oh, loaf. It's not really loaf, but loaf. Loaf. But then the kitty is like silently judging you though. You're being judged. It's so cute, oh my god. May I send additional pics? You too? Oh. Oh. Oh my god, why are you looking at me like this? Oh my god. It's so heckin' adorable. I'm gonna melt. Oh my god. It's so freaking adorable. Cat in the tub. Look at Look at the kitty, so polite. Oh my god, no. The kitty is so polite. Oh my god. The kitty is so polite. Oh. Oh, chunky. Nice. Chunky. The chunk. Whoa, beans. Whoa. Beans spotted. Uh-oh. The cat images is a good time? Yeah. And cat images is always a good time. Oh, cat images. Yeah, definitely. More beak. He gets squished when he lays down. It's so adorable. The lazy kitty. He doesn't look chunky when standing up. Yeah, like the kitty doesn't look chunky actually. Like here, yeah. And then we have more. Oh, 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 lazy kitty. Whoa, hell yeah! Look at this kitty. Absolute in heaven right now. Like, yeah. Feels good. Wow. Oh, beans. Whoa. Mega beans. Whoa. Oh, kitty looks so comfy though. Oh my god. Kitty looks so comfy. I love. Oh my god. I love. Multicolored beans? Yeah, like two colored beans. That's so special. I never thought of multicolored beans. Maybe I should. If I ever make a fifth character, I'm making a multicolored beans. I have those beans more in focus. Let me send that. Thank you. Kitty video? Oh, what the kitty doing? What the kitty doing? Oh, the kitty just playing with the plastic bag. Oh my god, kitty is so precious. I'm gonna cry. Oh, there's something in there. Oh, kitty. No, kitty's finding things inside. Oh my god. Oh, did you find something? Oh. Oh my god, the kitties are so precious. Oh my god, I love the kitty. More kitty. Oh my god. Oh, there we go. Oh, wow. Oh, depth of field. There's any cannon there? Oh, no wonder I hear like the clink clang. Whoa, beans. Whoa. A bean that's more focused. Oh, whoa. Uh-oh, bean. Bonus cat. Oh! Oh my god, kitty! Oh, this kitty has so much more fur. Let me go locate him. Oh. Yeah, this kitty has so much more fur. That's your brother's kitty? Huh? Findus. I love Findus. And I love Sappho. Amazing kitties. The eyes are so huge though. Is it just me? How's this one? Even with this, the eyes is not as big as Findus. Is Sappho eye smaller than Findus? Findus eye is huge. Huge. Wow. Adorable. Oh my god, kitty pig. I have been blessed by kitty pigs. I love kitty pics. Oh yeah, I didn't even pause the game. Well, the game was just running all this time. Thank goodness my base is not being destroyed. I have so much iron now. Oh yeah, I wanted to try out that new weapon. He located video send? Roger that. Let's look at kitty video. Oh my god. Oh, kitty. Oh. A kitty doing silent meow? Oh my god, kitty! Oh my god, is kitty doing silent meow meow? Oh, oh he is. Oh, oh wait, I hear it. It's all silent. It's very soft actually. Oh, very soft meow. Oh my god. 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 Finn is very cuddly. If you let him, he'll curl right on top of you. Oh, that sounds fun. I think I like that. Have an old clip of Sappho making dough, by the way. Oh, I feel the Loki is the same. Oh. Oh, is my internet dying? Kobo, oh my god, hi son. My internet died? Why yeah? It doesn't want to load. Oh, it doesn't want to load. What? What do you mean? Discord? You stupid. Oh, what happened? I'm not gonna show that on stream. I can show Kitty on stream. Though. Try again. Do you load? You don't know? Oh, you don't know past this? Why? Show on stream? Okay. Wow. Okay. Imagine replaying on the stream. Maybe it's because it's hosted on Discord. Weird. Oh, Findus? Is that Findus? Why is the eye shiny? Oh, that's Tusi. Oh, oh my god, the eye's like shiny. What is that? She used to pawn the windows asking to get in. Oh, is there like internal reflection in the window? I think. Oh, I mean that looks cool as fuck. I mean look at that. Holy shit. To see amazing. Oh my god. Look at them. Oh my god. Kitty. Come on, Discord. Yeah, making dough. Wow, kitty. So cute, oh my god. Nice. Kitty, nice. Oh, that's Tusi? Whoa, 2009? Wow. There's now a kitty resting on my chest? What kitty? Oh my god. I got a kitty. She was 18 when she passed. Aww. 18 for kitty is pretty... Wait, 18 is like old, right? Yeah, 18 is pretty old, I think. Since I'm not too knowledgeable on kitty, so I'm not too sure. Want to see my old cat? Sure. Oh my god, double kitty! My dog like to sing too, by the way, so I want to throw that your way too. I think I saw you sharing your dog singing on the Show Me Your Pets section, I think. A very chatty singing dog. Not a video, but check my message. Oh, the other cat there was Missy? One of Tusi's kids. Oh, kid! Wow. Oh. Wait, give me a second. Get on? Whoa, is that your kitty? Oh my god, wait, what are these flowers? Holy shit. Oh, the vines looks crazy back here. Also, kitty. Oh my god, your kitty. Oh. Oh my god, the kitty laughing. Oh my god, laughing kitty. Oh my god, the kitty laughing. Oh, such an interesting color combination though. Orange or brown or brownish orange. And then with a dark black color. This is beautiful. My old second kitty, she got... No! Oh, I'm sorry. My old second kitty, latte. Oh, latte. The second one is called tortoiseshell. Oh, so this is latte, and then this is tortoiseshell. And the first one is later behind. Oh, calico. So this one is calico. Okay. I love when a kitty is named Tortoiseshell. Oh. Also, we need to look at this singing dog. It's a little bit loud. Singing dog. Oh. Show. Oh, what the heck, tooting? Oh my god. Oh, he's so precious. Oh my god. Listening to his favorite song. Oh. It's so precious though, oh my god. That shepherd is cosplaying a husky. It's so adorable though. Oh, is this a German shepherd? Oh. And guys, they have all these clips and photos of uploads. Yeah. Helps you remember the good times. And I'm glad you're sharing. Yeah, I'm glad you're sharing them with me too, and on the stream as well. I hope you don't think this is weird though, but yeah. More Tusi? Whoa. Wait, isn't this the cat that's like there was one time like, Ma, look at this weird fucking cat, right? That it looks like that cat. looks like that species of the cat. Is this that? Looks so interesting though. Well, maybe it's not. 2C looks very, very fierce. I might be a little bit, just a little bit afraid to get close to 2C, I think. Let me send some pics of your old cat. You read the video? We had no idea what kind of ancestry she had. Oh, that's fair, that's fair. I'm sorry, this looks a little bit dumb, but I love I love to see though. Oh my god. Turn volume up for the second one you sent. Oh. I think she was really alert because I hadn't taken her out on the trip before. Oh. Oh, that's why. Oh. Oh, that's her being alert. Her last few years she was deaf, so I had to take her out in the harness and leash. Oh. Oh. Gosh. Also, let me look at this first. Oh. Old kitty? Oh. The eyes are so big. Hello? Oh. Looks very poopable. Another torty? Oh, is this oh, that's the species? Oh, oops. Oh. Kitty. Oh. Oh, it's the fur pattern. Okay, okay. Oh. Oh no. Wow. Snoot. Snoot. Very boopable snoot. Oh, that's a video. Oh, what is it doing? Oh my god, what is it doing? Oh. Oh, that's mega precious. Hello? I gotta melt, I gotta melt, I gotta melt. I will become puddle. I will become puddle. And Kobo will become puddle. Look at them! Can you do a roll? Oh, what a roll! Oh my god. Life Loki pick? Hello. Oh my god, Loki. Is it you like Loki that much? And then he's Loki now? Oh. Oh. Make sure to turn volume for your second one. Okay. It's already playing at max volume though. This is Calico, right? Is it stuck? Oh. Oh. That's the first one? Okay, okay. Okay, wait, we need... Oh! Okay, how do I make the volume louder for Discord? Wait, if I can play this on Google somehow. Can I play video on Google? She's not stuck just playing? Okay. I'm sorry, let me download this video. And then... It's okay, I'm not gonna distribute it anywhere. Let me try something. Because my Google has this... audio volume control thing. Where could Google be? This one? Okay, it works. I've opened it on Google now. And let me try using volume master. Alright, how loud do we want to be? 600%? Let's do like 250. And then I need to pause the music as well. Okay. Shut up, Valheim. Oh. Precious! Oh my god. That's purring, right? Oh my god. Can we go 600% on this? Is it gonna break? I don't think it's gonna break. Wait. I feel like the sound's going to get like explosive. No, okay, we good. Dang. My goodness precious. Calico, right? Calico. So we have Loki, we have Sappho, we have Tortoise Shell. Oh, yeah. I mean, we have videos and stuff. She was so affectionate. Aww. We love her. Alright, let me... music. Okay. I'm gonna send one more clip I have. Okay, wait. Niñas? Anton. Oh, this is a less intense. Oh, yeah. It looks like 2C's 2C's eyes looking like a part of each other, which is very interesting, right? Gosh, very beautiful fur though. Oh my god, I cannot. A beautiful fur. Oh my god, I really love that. Like it shows up here too, right? Long fur cat, right? She was very soft and warm. Lily and Anton. Is this tortoise? The fur pattern? This looks like tortoise. Lily and Anton. Oh. Oh my god, Anton! Anton looks so dumb. I love Anton. Oh my god. Yo, oh my god, Anton, why are you looking at? Baby Findus. Oh, baby Findus. Oh my god. So small. Oh my god. Baby Findus. Kitty. Clipson. Oh, that's the... I want the Malzino. Mine. This is the old kitty, right? Oh. Are you rolling under the couch? What is it doing? Oh my god. Oh. 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 What is it doing? Oh my god. Kitty. Oh, that's cute. That's cute as fuck. Oh my god. Oh. I'm being blessed by Kitty. Oh my god. Oh. The lights? Oh my god, Kitty. Oh. Oh. Oh my god. Oh. Oh. Oh my god, I can do this all day. Holy shit. Oh my god. Oh, kitty. Oh my god, kitty. Oh, look at them. Oh my god. Oh, the return nozzle and leak. Oh my god. When oh god, when I say the word nozzle and leak, it reminds me of like the woo music, right? Back, nozzle's the leaky wiki. Oh no. My brother's other cat, Nirvana. Oh, ooh. Nirvana looks feisty. Look at the kitty. It's still a nice kitty. Oh, wait. Is that the kittens? Oh, is that a plushie? I actually cannot tell. Gonna say your niece's gecko too? Oh my god, please. That, I think that's a kitten, right? Or two kittens, actually? Yeah, that's a kitten. That's another one. Ah, right, okay. So Nirvana looks old. Is it just me? That's looking old, right? Kitty. Oh wait, that's a huge tail though. Wow. I don't think I've seen Kitty with this fluffy of a tail. Wow. And Gecko's name is Spiky? Oh. Spiky looks so dumb. I love Spiky. Oh my god. Nirvana is around 5 to 6 years. Oh, that's not old at all. My bad. Spiky's crested gecko. Yeah, look at Spiky. It looks so stupid. I love Spiky so much. Oh my god, Spiky precious. I want Spiky. You know my old cat did have kittens. Oh, is there pics of them? Oh. And she's very calm and seems to be okay with being handled. Oh, Spiky? Oh. Her tongue lazily flicks around, lazily flicks and she clamps around slowly. Oh, wow. So there's no like running around like frantic lizard zoomies. So cute though, oh my god. Oh, I have such a soft spot for reptilians. Oh my god. I'm gonna melt. More kitty pics? Oh! A kitty on the bed? Oh, wow. Oh, is this like the old kitty picture? Question mark? Or is this Loki? Oh, that's a kitten. Oh, oops, my bad. I'm really getting confused by like too many kitties and I'm just melting. I'm in bliss. Bliss. Oh, 10 years ago. Wow, okay. Setting Sappho in a basket. Oh, let me look at Sappho in the basket. Oh, you're right. It is Sappho in the basket. Although I had a bigger basket in mind. Kitty, oh my god. I had to dig through my old Facebook to find that image. Oh wow. Oh, Facebook. Oh, I don't think I touched Facebook in a long time actually. Oh. Oh my god. It's Sappho. I love them. Oh my god. I'm a very happy ball right now. Not dragons, but kitty? Hell yeah. Hell fucking yeah. I'm a happy bold. Oh gosh. I've been blessed by so many kitty pictures. Oh my god. I love all of them. Something funny? Hmm? Oh, I'm gonna go open up the lights real quick. It's getting really dark here. Give me a moment. I'm back. Enjoy. My sister sent me a video of her cats and I was bored. Oh, did you edit the video or something? Uh oh. Wait, what happened to my headphone? Oh, did you break? What did I do? Well, okay, it still kind of works, but it broke in the weirdest way possible. Send the edit to you. 2 more pictures of Spiky. Oh my god, wait, we're gonna look at Spiky first. Oh. Oh. So spiky. That is truly spiky. This Spiky is so spiky. Gosh, that's so cute though, holy shit. What? The lizards are so cute. Crested gecko, right? Crested gecko is so adorable, holy shit. Reptilians are so adorable, holy shit. Lizard, yeah. We love the lizard and the edit. Spiky is really soft actually. Name is misleading. Yeah, I've been playing Atlas. Oh, me too. I've been playing Atlas as well. I started playing a Mystic and it's super duper difficult. Lizard. Oh my god. When they trying to fight each other? Are they trying to fight each other or something? What's going on? The kitties are preparing to fight each other. Oh my god. Spiky is so perfect, holy shit. A a three-way standoff. How is three-way getting censored? What the heck? What's wrong? What's wrong with the word three-way? All right, let's make. Oh, I had so much fun! Holy shit! Oh, I'm gonna try a new weapon. Iron Gear. Whoa, that's a lot of iron, holy shit. Oh, it doesn't add... What the fuck? What do you want? I'm gonna need so much iron though. Oh yeah, I'm trying to cut wood. Not a lot of block 4 still. Did it upgrade? Did it become mini? I wanna see how cool the weapon is. It's... Oh, it's a lot longer. Holy shit. Wait, is this a spear? Whoa. It doesn't have swung-edge though. Secondary attack? Oh, speaking of swung-edge, there it is. Well, that's the swung-edge that I'm talking about. I'm gonna need so much more iron though. Welcome to my bed. I sleep in coin. I think the gear is a reference to a weapon referred to in the Icelandic saga. Oh, don't know. He knows exactly what it was. Weird, but it looks so cool though. The weapon. It's all the iron. Why are you like this? Get out of here. Pole arms? Oh, pole arm? Okay. Interesting to struggle a mystic. I find it generally my favorite, but I play super kitey. Although I didn't have a really good weapon that carried me for a while. I mean, I'm level 12 currently, and I'm using the Whisper 1. The Whisper 1. Like, it's really strong, but like, I still keep dying. In at the level 12 to 18 Sanctum's Catacombs, I think. Yeah, there. It's like, it's so difficult. Really short range. Yeah, I really like it though, because it deals like 10,000 damage. Max quality. Block 460. Oh, Oh, it does upgrade. Okay, okay. Parry bonus 2 times. Block armor. The Slime Diva Scepter. What? Slime Diva has a weapon? Oh, gosh diggity dang. Pretty good damage but has absurd range. Oh. Use Flux Bolt. I have been using Flux Bolt. Short cooldown, huge damage 4 times. Really good. But it's like whenever I want to cast Flux Bolt, I'm channeling and then fucking guys just like swoops in and destroys my thing. Alright, let's prepare for a little bit more. I'm gonna try using the new weapon to go against the mountain, so I think that's the thing we're gonna get, right? I'm gonna use the Manking Jort for now for the max carry away. I don't think there's anything new in Meadows, so let's go to the right portal and then we're gonna go to the mountain here. Yeah, let's do it. Right portal. Feels like I'm awfully not ready for this, but it's fine. Parallel is Flexible Cross Imbue Absorb Restaurant and Kobo Ancestry skill. Oh, Alacrity, right? Alacrity is pretty nice. I'm a bit higher level. Oh, I'm currently 12, I think. It's so difficult. The Sapphire Ore Scepter is gonna pog. Oh, you already got Sapphire? Holy shit. Do I want to rate this one? What? Oh, a Fat Tuna King. I know this thing. Hello. A DJ Dragon. Oh my god, Dragon. Hello, Raiders. Hello, hello, welcome. What were you playing? Oh, right, you're a Kobo. Of course, of course. Heck yeah, heck yeah. Hello, Kobo friend. Heck yeah. What were you playing? What were you doing? Storage Hunter Simulator? I don't think I ever heard of that, to be honest. Valheim? Yeah. Magna Dracomon? Hello. How's the game been treating you? Pretty okay. I just came out of swamp and I'm now preparing to go to the mountain. Came out a week ago. That explains it. But yeah, welcome in Raiders. I'm Tiora. I'm a Kobo. I play a bunch of games. I love fighting games. I love dragons to bits. I love dragon bits and I do art sometimes. Welcome. Hey, yeah, thanks again for the raid. Also, yeah, Valheim's pretty good, right? I have some like word modifier going on so that things are a little bit easier for me. But still, I struggle a lot on Swamp like for 2 days, I think. And then today I finally defeated the Bonemass and now I'm preparing to go to the mountains. Here. Yeah. It's fun, the Storage Hunter Simulator. How do you hunt for storage though? Hate to rain and run, but only a 6 hour level sleep before work. I follow the stream. Of course, of course. Go get some sleep. Thanks again for the raid. Have good sleep. Thank you, thank you. Also, it's always nice to meet another kobold friend. Thanks again. Oh yeah, I'm not in swamp anymore. I was afraid to swim. It's like, wait, no, I'm in the Black Forest. Oh man. I think I should drink. Oh, my ears. mountain. Yeah, keep running. I'll reach the mountain.
Hello.
What?
And welcome.
I forgot to change the thing. Magna Dracomon, thank you. Also, Dragon. The name kind of reminds me of Dragon. Alright, there it is. Half dragon. Ooh, oh my god, dragon. I would consider that as dragon. Hope you're doing good. Thanks for the follow. It looks so steep though. Can I climb this? How the heck? I mean, I guess that works. I'm a little bit scared. I mean, of course I'm scared. Like, people have been telling me that mountain is so scary. It's like, yeah, okay. I'm just gonna keep running. I think that's fine. Just, ooh, what's that? Obsidian? Is that a dragon? I'm an obsidian. Okay. Oh! Let me get up first. Don't kill me. Oh, okay, yeah. Okay. I'm sorry. Oh, I'm sorry. What the fuck do you want? I'm small. Get out of here. What the fuck? Thank you. Thank you. Fuck you. What the heck? Okay. Oh my god, what the fuck is going on? Ow, fuck! I'm going up. I don't care what that is. I'm running. I'm running. Ooh. Core wooden battle axe? Did you just destroy a house? Wait, are they fighting each other? Well then, I gotta help. Why are you fighting against a stone golem? God damn! I'm dead. What the fuck is going on? Drake? Alright, okay. Alright, Drake. Don't hit me, what are you doing? Bitch. Hiya, you hit each other, don't hit me now. What you want? What? That hurt. Okay. Okay, left hand is faster, right hand is way slower. Okay. Okay. Left hand faster. I don't think the Drake is helping me. How many health do you have? I hate you. I hate you. Get poked. Get poked. Too early. Oh my god, that was too early. Hiya, what you want? If they hate each other, they don't hate each other. Okay, they do actually. I'm sorry, I take that back. Wait. Wait just a goddamn minute, let me drink. Mmm. Oi! I don't have a blunt weapon though. Also, hi, crack. Don't do it! Maybe I can mine it. You know what, I kinda use a mine. I can pickaxe. Pickaxe? That's yellow number. That's yellow numbers actually. I'm real stupid. This is so stupid. Like the drakes are not even doing a good job against this fucking golem. Like what are you doing? They're not doing any damage. Sorry Drake, I love you but I have to do this. Uh-oh. Big reveal. Uh-oh. I'll deal with the Drake after. Come on. It's almost dead. Let's go, stupid. Sorry, Drakes. Had to do it. The fuck is going on? I don't know. Frost arrow. Oh, I forgot to bring my grenade. We have stone, we have crystals. We have wolf meat, a shit ton of obsidian, wolf pelt, and freeze gland and crystal. Okay. So yeah, this is what I mean by I have like 3 times the resources going on. So whenever I drink and don't die. So whenever I mine things or I do like I cut trees or anything, I'll get 3 times the resources, something like that. So it's a lot easier to play. Obsidian is very heavy. Okay, okay. Alright, I guess let's go back down. I mean, I would say this is kind of a big hole. Alright, now we know we need to... Do I need to bring blunt weapons again? I mean, I was using mass against all those like slimes and shit in the swamp. I want to use the cool weapon, the polearm. I mean, it was really good against that wolf. I wonder if there's like a more sophisticated way of going down the mountain other than doing this. Okay, I think mountain is a lot more fun than fucking swamp. There's dragons out there. It's already 10 times better than swamp. Right, let's go to the right portal. Thank god the golem only has 2 attack types. Left hand fast, right hand... What is this weapon? Oh, it's a battle axe. Oh, it's a wooden. No. No. Do you think I can just run back to my base? Portal is closer though. Also, another thing for Atlas, the weapon type training skill is actually really good now. As in, like, the charge attacks unlocks and stuff. Charge actually feel worth using now, and the skill is a passive damage pool in itself. Yeah! I realized that when I have, like... I was using the Dark Scepter, and then the Dark Scepter does, like, DPS multiple times. Like, they spin on the spot. That's so cool. Can I cut trees with this? It's a no. I cannot help but talk about this so much more, right? But how is this game only one... like almost 2 gigabytes? Like, how the fuck? I like how Charge Attack also feels a bit more unique now. Makes Mystic more fun, I feel like. Left actually gives a fuck is how. True. Like, it's just a sad truth. Very lo-fi assets and... Oh! I was reading chat, you fuck. Well, I don't know where you fly off to, but... Where did the bear go? Bear? Hello? Did you just launch itself? You stupid. I love you though. You stupid. I'm too small for you. That's why being small supremacy. Okay. Get that butt poked. Hey, come on. The perks of being small. Fucking bear is so tanky, holy shit. Oh shit, I'm sorry. I'm stuck. Bye bye. The X doing work? Yeah, my X level is really high. Oh, there we go. 34, right? Super behind. Polearm, I only just started using polearm, so level 10 already? Crazy. Let's get back. I have way too many bear items anyway. Alright, let me see. Do I smell that obsidian? Question mark? Didn't I say that I'm going to stream for a little bit shorter than usual? I lied. I totally lied. Oh my god. Oh, it's not. Okay. Maybe something to do with obsidian? Question mark? Have another accidental 2-hour stream? No, no. Okay. Alright, you fucks, come on. Of course you have to be blocks when I'm using pierce weapons. I didn't bring my poison resistance thing, so this is really bad. I feel like Fist is way better here actually. I'm gonna wait it out for a bit. I need healing. I don't think this does damage, if I remember correctly. I'll take it. Okay. We get 2 more oozers. What the heck? Alright, here we go. Yikey beaky! It's so stinky. Get out of here. I'm dead, I think. Ooh. What the? Hey, thanks for the head pick. Where did that skeleton come from? So I guess Pierce Weapon is not good anymore because the amount of enemies that requires like Blunt Weapon is like so much more now. Alright, let's go get rid of them real quick. Are they destroying my shit? Whoa. Oh no, I'm stupid. I took something and I cannot take my things back up. Take it. Alright, you bunch of asshats. Keep shooting. That's right, you fucks. Why am I healing so much? What happened? Oh. Oh, am I using... Oh. Oh. Freezing arrow? Should have done that earlier. I realized something cool. The secondary attack is different, right? Secondary attack. Ooh, secondary attack. Wow. Okay, not too bad. The T-pose. Yeah. So, what? Freezing arrow will heal me up? Oh, I got another stack. Alright, shiny goes here. Not the clans though. Why do I still hear my things getting hit? Scrap iron? What? User drops scrap iron? Crazy. Spin. Yeah, Uzo drops scrap iron. Holy shit, okay. I guess I'll put ooze here because I want to make grenade. Actually, I want to use grenade. Maybe mountain would be useful if I use grenade. Let's go to my horde pile real quick. Bit, 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 bit. So if cold, no, cold is not only in mountain. There's cold somewhere as well. But I got it from mountain though. This is wolf meat. I guess you have food. I'm gonna need you. Oh my god, I'm such a troller. Holy shit, I can troll so far? I would need a lot of leather scraps to make grenade though. Don't know if I want to make that much grenade because leather scrap is kinda hard to come by, question mark? A little bit. Just a little bit, I feel like. I don't know. I mean, I did visit mountain for a bit. It was super duper crazy. I want to check the hammer, if there's like any new items I can craft. I only make this one, right? Smith's Anvil, I'm pretty sure I make this one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, that's 6. Crystal wall? Crystal wall? Okay. Okay, game, okay. Dragon bed? Nah. Nah. Whoa. Uh-oh. And Kobo's gonna get out of control, help. Oh no. Okay, let's see. Dragon bed, right? Holy shit, it's so big. Can I pull from that far? I hope so. Oh, dragon bed on dragon head? Oh my god. Oh, I do need to change this one then. Oh, it doesn't pull from that far. Okay, deer hide, wolf tail, and feathers. Okay. And fine wood is over there. Okay, so we good. It's time to upgrade my bed. Let's break all these real quick. One wrong move, the entire building drops. I'm so... Okay, we good. I was so stressed out, what the fuck? Oh. It's a nice bed. I want to see if I'm missing any like coins down there. Okay. Oh, this is such a good bed. Oh my god, I want to sleep on it. Fuck. I have to wait. Oh. Will Stinky Bomb destroy structures? No, okay. Does it destroy me though? I'm immune? Oh, I'm immune to the BAM? Okay, that's really good to know. Oh wait, I have extra coin. What can they add to this bed? Campfire? I don't think that's a good idea. No, I don't think I should add a campfire to the bed. I need resin to add like fire and stuff. I should get food. I'm getting hungry now. Of course I'm getting hungry. It's 7. Oh my god. In short 6-hour stream, I'm gonna cry. Why does that work? Well, I guess this is kind of romantic, is it? Maybe light a fire under the bed a little bit? I want to destroy this one. Okay. So I could just put this sconce anywhere? Even here? But don't worry about it, it's fine. That's the new bed. I like my new bed. Can I sleep on it? Yo! I can sleep in dragon bed! I'll fix it after. Next day is library and dreams. You completed hewing wood, foraging for food, hunting after swift deer. You return yourself, but happy only if I can find the day is still ahead of you. Oh, that's depressing. I slept on a dragon bed. How weird. Then the obsidian. I cannot do anything with the obsidian. No new stuff here. No new stuff here. Okay. How about the food preparation table? Still nothing? Okay. Workbench? Anything new? Obsidian arrow. Oh! Oh! Frost arrow. Poison arrow. Celebration. Skull. Skull. Oh. You use this to drink, don't you blow it? I guess we drink with a horn. Okay. Well, drinking with a horn is way better than drinking with a tongue card, so get out of here. I didn't know I can drink a horn. Does it give me any like extra buff or something? I don't think so. Obsidian? No, okay, so obsidian doesn't really give anything new. Other than obsidian arrow. Dark volcanic glass. Oh. Obsidian? Maybe I need to explore mountain more. Like, there should be like more things? Let me get some wood. I'm probably gonna go get myself some dinner after me getting wood. Then yeah, I'm getting hungry. Newborn enemy is scary? Oh shit. If Solar says it's scary, then it will be 10 times as scarier for me. Because Solar Pro Gamer. Fall the other way? Ay, 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 ay. It's all the great wolf. It's all your fault, you little shit. Oh. Oh, nothing get hit? Oh, hell yeah. Oh, I have plenty of wood here. I mean, freezing arrow is not gonna help when I'm in the mountain biome, I'm pretty sure, right? I mean, freezing arrow in a freezing climate? Trying to kill freezing enemy? 72, wait, 52? $42? Oh, plus 10. Is it good? I feel like it's only okay. There. That's obsidian arrow. I'm stocked up on meat again, but maybe I should do more frost resistance. Great Wolf Eye. And Dandelion? Wait, did I throw away all my Dandelion? I think I did, right? Oh. And Great Wolf Eye. Maybe 2 of these, 3 of these? I'm out of raspberry. Oh. Oh, there's raspberries here. Oh. Need to stock up on boar meat and leather scraps as well. I think there's like a huge chunk of raspberries here. Yeah. Yeah, there's raspberry, and then there's also another raspberry. They should have grown by now. Yeah. It's not as much as I thought, but it's about a full stack, good enough. Remember that I can always have like 2 huge stacks of raspberry around my base. And more here. And blueberries are not even that useful anymore, I feel like. Like, the things in the meadows are way more important currently. Okay, I think that's good enough for today. I'm getting hungry and I need to get some food. We made good progress here, right? We defeated the fucking swamp. Swamp sucks. And I'm super mega excited that we're gonna explore mountain now because Draken. I cannot wait to get destroyed by Draken. Oh my god. Oh. But the Y and Z is right though. Yeah, let's stop here for today. Good progress. A swamp destroyed. No more swamp, hopefully. And mountain next. I need to figure out what to do with obsidian. Probably has to do something like combining, like how tin combined with copper. But the game did say that obsidian is some sort of a glass, and I don't know if glass is combine-able, question mark? At least I don't think so, question mark? Maybe? It's all a guess right now since I have no idea what I'm doing, but hey, in time, maybe we'll know, right? Maybe we'll know. I'm hungry. Cannot think. Cannot think. I'm so hungry, I don't feel like raiding out today. Oh, give me a second. Can I not raid today? I don't feel like raiding. Like, even though I got raided, but then I'm not raiding out. Oh, I don't feel like raiding out. Yeah, I kind of want to just like end the stream and get some food, and I'm probably gonna lie on bed for a little bit because hell yeah. And then tomorrow I have to clean up my room because my room is such a mess. Holy shit. I'm not gonna raid out today. I don't feel like it. I don't think I feel social enough to raid out, but I had a lot of fun today. This extra stream is definitely what I needed. Like, holy shit. Like, get to play more Valheim, get to have more me time, right? I get to be a kobold on the internet because it feels good. It feels fucking amazing, actually. So, yeah, much needed time here. So, no raid today, right? I'm sorry if that feels weird, right? But I don't feel like raiding today, right? But still, I'm gonna plug my stings. I'm gonna plug my things real quick. Yeah, I have a coffee. Coffee helps. There's a monthly membership thing with coffee if you fancy helping a little bit more. As low as $1 per month. Even that helps a lot, believe it or not. So yeah, I mean with the currency exchange, 1 is 4, but wink wonk, no one needs to know that, right? And then there's also Discord. Good. I announced my stream stuff over there. Like today, there's a bit of a delay on stream today because lunch slow, right? But like, yeah, honestly, it's just mostly about stream stuff. And then there's mostly about Dragon Simping Corner as well, because Dragon Simping Corner good, right? Dragon Simping good. I love dragons. So yeah, that's the Discord channel. And I think that's pretty much it. I think I'm probably going to not raid tonight. So I'm just gonna end the stream and I'm probably gonna, well, I'm most likely going to go get dinner and then get some rest after. Yeah? So yeah, no raid today, but still, before I end the stream, before Kobo ends the stream, Kobo wants to say, still, thank you all so much for joining with me today. Really appreciate all of you. Love you all so much. And also know that you guys are heckin' loved, valid, and matter. Very valuable. And Kobo loves you all, alright? Take care of yourself. I'll see you guys on Thursday, okay? Where I'll most likely play more Valheim. But I also need to like find some time to do art as well, so I need to do art. But yeah, take care everyone. Kobo loves you all. Mwah. See you guys on Thursday. Bye bye, take care. Love y'all.